Sound check. Can you hear me okay? Right on. Well. Good to see y'all. Good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Scott's going to be out, I think, this morning. I'm not sure if he'll be back a little bit later, but I know he had just some personal stuff he had to take care of. But I've been out on travel. It's good to be back. Unfortunately, we did get back super late last night, but wow, what a time to be gone. I feel like as soon as I leave, markets decided to just go bananas. So in the last few days, obviously you guys have seen the markets have just been absolutely on a tear. Um, Talks of peace in the Middle East, then a ceasefire that was not really honored, we'll say. Um, so yeah, definitely a ton of volatility coming up. We do have a few things this week worth mentioning from a economic standpoint. Friday being the most important, CPI um, data will be out. We have, FOMC minutes and jobless claims as well. So no doubt we're going to have more volatility this week. But what are we seeing? We're seeing markets push higher. We're seeing a lot of that happen specifically in those durable names. We talked about it even before this whole conflict or war happened in Iran. But we're seeing a lot of those dollars get shifted towards hardware right now. So I'm going to be keeping an eye this morning on names like AMD, SanDisk, MU, similar names that we've been talking about. The other sectors, you guys know, two areas I like to see markets hold up in, especially times like this, are financials and technology. So we mentioned a few names in the tech space, namely in the hardware space. We're seeing names like even Microsoft getting thrown out with the baby with the bathwaters, as they call it. So maybe gonna wait till after earnings on names like Microsoft, which is in a couple weeks. So maybe an opportunity to buy the dip at some point. We'll see. But I am keeping an eye on JPM, Goldman Sachs, and then pretty much all the chip names. We'll keep an eye also on DAL. I don't normally trade airlines particularly, but they did have a good earnings report. The problem is they're adding a bunch of fees all over the place, which is not always fun. So, in a nutshell, we open up here in 3 minutes. Ultimately, structure right now is higher lows, higher highs, breakout attempts. We did see a pullback in the after hours, which is understandable. Consider we had a little over 3% move to the upside yesterday at one point. We'll be looking for some continuation. What I think will probably happen, minor pullback on most the stocks, maybe Meta, AMD, looking to continue that bull charge to the upside. So actually I add the watch list here. We got Meta, we got AMD, JPM, MU, SanDisk, and then we'll also add DAL to the list. What are y'all watching? We'll say good morning to everybody as well, because we got a crew with us today. Caleb, good to see you. Welcome. Alex, Anita. Am I saying it right? Arax? Ari, good to see you. Brian, CC, Christian, good morning. Dan and Darian are in the house. Hello. What's up? David, good to see you. Doro, Eddie, Jay, Louis, Mark. Man, we got a crew that is growing. I love it. MD, good to see you. Michael P, aloha. How are you? Omri is in the house. My buddy Rick. What's up? What do you say? What says you, Rick? And then, of course, Seth, good morning. Steve C, good to see you. Vikas, good to see you. Vincent, my buddy Vincent. Zuki's in the house. And T-Dash, what is up? Right on. Well, look, no doubt markets are volatile. I'll probably give the first minute to the market to at least tell me what it wants to do. If you guys do opening range strategies for 5 to 10 minutes, I would recommend it in markets like this. But today for me, it's going to be a little bit about patience. And frankly, I might just, take it easy on sizing today, just because we could push a little bit higher and then have a really, really crazy pullback in one candle and, it could shake things up. So let's be patient this morning. We open up here in about 10 seconds. Good luck, traders. And what's up? What's up? AMD, AVGO. I like AVGO too, for sure. Let me get my screens up. Let me know if you guys see it. Markets are open. There's the push, no doubt. Figured that would happen. You guys see those charts? Hopefully we can see that. Cool. Let's do this. So I might buy and hold JPM today, and just, you know, they report earnings in 5 days. So I'm going to probably grab some JPM and hang on to it. And noting that, look at Microsoft's just fallen out of bed. Do you see that? No bueno. MU, a little too high. I'm going to wait. I'm going to give it at least this first minute. If we start to pull back like I'm seeing in the Qs right now, I want to short a few names to then pick them up cheaper. So I probably will do that. I'll probably short the Qs and then find some names like SanDisk or MU or stuff like that. But I mean, right now that's a pretty violent shove to the upside. And then Meta, look left, right? So I was watching the 629, 630 area for potential short. So I might get interested here, or we might pop up to 630 again. I'm going to get some put options here on the Qs just for protection. We'll get them at 605. They're pretty expensive. Let's look at 603. I'll open those up and keep those on my screen. I won't buy them just yet. I want to see, let me put the Qs in the corner here. I want to see this hold 605.87. So don't mind being patient. There's that Microsoft move to the downside. Meta, I'm going to probably short here in a moment, guys. All right, longer term, I'm going to start with like 100 shares, JPM right here. But this, I won't even post it, but just for you, it's like more of a swing trade for me. Got at 306.81. So I'll hold it for like, I don't know, a couple days. I want to see what happens. There's a small position, 100 shares. Meta, though, I do like this. I want to see maybe get to 627 and fail. I'll be patient. All right, picking up those put options here on the Qs. Let's see how those do. It's more of protection because I think we're going to probably move higher. But just in case, just in case. Uh-huh. Okay. Very nice. We've got those put options in play now. All right, let's start finding some trades here. I like Meta to the downside here. Oh, wait. We'll build, if we could get to that 627, it happened and just was too slow. That's okay. I like it here. Let's go. Okay. Small short position on Meta. JPM working out. I'm going to get rid of JPM here because I think you guys don't care about those longer term swing trades. But 807 on SanDisk is a little heavy. I'm not going to lie. Okay. Delta Airlines not doing a whole lot. We'll skip that. Go back to CoreWeave. CoreWeave, I think, is going to have some folks on the TV here pretty soon. Let's see. It looks good. I like that. Yep. Guys, I'm gonna be open to adding to Meta if we get under the 624.40 area. I've got my put options on the Qs. If we start to break structure here below the VWAP, I'm gonna probably add to that. Look at this collapse of Microsoft here. Wow. Let's keep an eye on the Qs here. Looking at Marvell, okay, and CRWE over 92, Seth, okay. Yeah, like I said, they're going to have someone speaking on TV here in a bit, so I'm wondering if that'll help give it a nice push to the upside. My Q put options looking great. Right when I say that, it bounces. Nice move on CRWV. Good call out, Seth. Very nice move on CRWV. You guys talking about AVGO as well. My favorite name of the sector. Look at that. I don't know if did one of y'all take that? Was it Mark? You take AVGO? The only thing I'm seeing is a durable move to the upside right now. It's going to be in the chip sector. I mean, obviously, rising tide lifts all ships, but I just don't know when they're going to go, yeah, that's high enough, boom, and then drop it. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the concern for me is like, you know, Meta it could go back up to 630. That's why we're starting with a small position and then just dump. But like right now, perfect. That's exactly what I want to see. Now I'm going to add to Meta, half share size. That's a short position. Big reason is like, could this be the double top from yesterday? See that? And if we get above that, cool, just get out of the way. It was wrong, you know? But like this move on AVGO, look at how aggressive that is. And then they had an announcement too. What was it with Google? A collaboration with Google and Broadcom. So again, that durability name, like there's so much money in that debt circle for AI. So I don't anticipate at some point people want to get their money. And it looks like they're trying to do that now. And again, that goes back to what I was mentioning, like at what point do they decide, you know what? I got enough. And then they just sell. And if you're left holding the bag, womp womp. I have a tendency to be on some of these like macro concepts a little bit early. So like, who knows? This could go up another 5% and then decide to do that. But, you know, we talked about the dollar and the importance of, you know, debt cycle. Now we're talking about, mark my words, at some point, cue the disclaimer, of course. But there's going to be talk of like U.S. trying to subsidize oil somehow, or every country doing that, somehow offsetting that, which means they have to print more money, which causes more inflation, which leaves rates higher, make your dollar worth less. And that's any currency for every country that has to now support this oil tariff, we'll say, that's coming through that Strait of Hormuz, if they end up accepting that. That's literally, we talked about oil finding a new baseline at 90 to 110 bucks. That basically guarantees it, because now you have to pay to get access to your oil. Now in the US, supposedly We've got enough oil to support us, but that's something I'm also watching as a macro theme is crude. Little side note. So as it dips down, I might get interested. And if you notice, we held, what was that, 95 or so? 15% drop in a day, and then holds 95 pretty well. Now we're up at 99. So I think the higher that goes, the lower markets go. But we'll start to baseline and figure out that like $100 is now the new norm. And what does that mean for other stocks? I don't know, because earnings are still pretty good. Okay, here comes the Qs. Let's be careful there. Let's see. Watching AMD. I did like AMD this morning. Yes, good call out there. I'll pull it up right now. Separate screen here. There it is. Yeah, nice little consolidation there. Trouble is, like right now, just like the Qs, we go either way. Just little like up and down consolidation. Now it's decision time. So probably here in a few minutes we'll know what's up. No trade AMD, AVGO. Nice, Jonathan. Cool, man. Glad you took it. Yeah, I've got JPM long for long term, and then just a short on Meta this morning. There's plenty of stuff out there though. I'm just being a little patient. Like this whole exuberant push on like MU, it's so like, oh man, let me get in there. And then I'm just worried it's gonna tank to like 402 and then rip back up to 410, something like that. So better I just be patient than try to jump in front of a moving train, you know what I mean? Let's see. All right, let's see. You're going for it on AMD, Jonathan? Good luck. That's a nice push. Looks like it's going to break out. If we start seeing that movement, I might get excited about MU as well. Again, I just worried about like these potential false breakouts. I mean, markets do want to continue though, it looks like. So how'd you guys do while I was out? Everybody do pretty good? I mean, I imagine it, Scott has a tendency to like be a lot more bullish than I am. So I imagine you guys absolutely crushed it. Out of AMD, yeah, cool, very nice, guys. Watch the Qs. We're now pushing higher. I like it. AMD looks good. That looks like a breakout in its about to be in its wake. Let's look at MU. Keep an eye out for right around here, 415. Nice push here. Very nice. Hurting my Qs position, which is fine. I'll just wait till this candle is over in case it's a false breakout. Made it back up to that 630 print. Hurting me a little bit, but that's okay. Just being patient. Day of patience today for sure. Nice, Jonathan. Sounds like you're tracking MU pretty closely, huh? I like it. AMG, though, looking great. That was probably the trade I missed this morning. Meta back up at 630. If it gets any higher, I'll probably dump this thing. But this is right around the area I wanted to short it, to be honest. All right, I think we might roll over here. I'm going to add to my put options here, guys. Still in the meta trade. Not for much longer, though. I'm going to add to a losing trade, guys. This is where I wanted to get into meta. So I'm going to add here. This could hurt. If we get over a high of session on meta, I'll be completely out. I mean, I might give it, I don't know, another point. But this is what I'm worried about. So see, like CRWB, for example, we're pushing higher and just drop to the low of session in one candle. So there's going to likely be some bears up here trying to like make sure we don't break out, and then the bulls are looking at like, yeah, we should go. If we see a massive red bar right now, though, I will be in position to short absolutely everything because crude is moving higher right now. Almost like an inverse relationship. Crude higher, futures lower. Gold's now back to trading like a metal, almost like as a risk asset. Okay, let's keep an eye here. Adding more to the queues. Again, if we break out, I'm out. This is where I'm in position now, not to try to time the top, but I'm seeing some like potential resistance up in these areas. And if it works out, I could make a ton of money here. Here comes the queues. Looks very nice. Meta just moved lower and then immediately got bought up. Let's see how real that was or not. Here we go. Just a little patience today. Keeping on at 605.87 level, guys. Very key level here on the queues. Those are, you see it here in the bottom left. Mark, exactly. USO or crude, like if you watch futures, that's CL for light crude. But yeah, USO is definitely like a barometer for the opposite direction, almost like a risk on, risk off barometer. And IWM. I know, Mark, you like that one as well. But IWM is another thing to keep an eye on. Why IWM? Well, it's like the fact that rate hikes, you heard that right, rate hikes are on the table now, add more risk to this market, especially IWM. In fact, now that I just said that, I might grab some longer term put options on the IWM because I don't think we're going to get rate cuts anywhere. And those guys need credit bad in the IWM sector. All right, Meta now moving against. I don't like it. We saw that big, this is what I mean. We saw a big push up and a big push down, and now we're back up to highest session. Like, it just doesn't make a ton of sense. But I'll give it to the end of this candle. If we push any higher on Meta, I'll dump this thing. It'll be a losing trade for me. Let's see what this next candle does. I'm looking for a big red one, please. Just trying to be patient, but it's getting expensive, very expensive. All right, Meta, come on. What are you doing? All right. That hurts. We got to close out Meta there. Losing trade, big losing trade. AMD now pushing. I swear though, if this thing ends up at the bottom of the session, I'm pretty disappointed. Like again, it looks really good for a bull side push, right? The trouble I had with this is that 630 level from yesterday where it peaked. So I wanted to short it for a potential double top. Now we had an overshoot, and unfortunately I got in too early. So I get to write in my journal, knucklehead, why didn't you wait for the double top? So there's always another opportunity potentially, but like seeing CRWV move lower, Microsoft is moving lower. What the heck's Apple doing? Meanwhile, crude futures. Let me pull it up here in the corner so you guys can check that out. There we go. There it is. Pushing higher. All right. USO proxy. You guys remember? I mean, I only have like, it's not even notable anymore, but if you guys remember, I had a swing on that. Just keep an eye on the cues, guys. My put options are crushed it. Very nice. Very nice on the cues, guys. Oh, no, don't do it, Meta. Don't do it now. Guys, we're about to take out the low obsession here on the cues. Keep an eye on this 200 EMA. There it is. We're at the 200 EMA. Do you guys see it? The yellow line there? Coming in. Do we bounce here or do we tank? Well, when Microsoft's barreling, I think it's time to short some stuff. 354 AVGO, I won't do it, but I might get back into Meta. I think this company needs to be in the toilet, but let's see. Share WV. Wow, what a pullback. Yikes. Yikes. Guys, I'm going to put at 630. I'm going to start building another Meta short. Look at Apple. So watch out. All the durability, Mag 7 names, look at this. Apple down, Microsoft down. Meta still holding up for now, but they're coming for these names. Tesla, what's Tesla doing? Straight down. So let's just be careful here, guys. For those of you who want to be full bull right now, I'm actually going to use options on Meta instead of shares because I got ran over this morning on that. 625s by the end of the week. Okay, we got some. Not exactly the cheapest, but it's definitely cheaper than buying the shares. I'll tell you that much. $6.40. 640 bucks, basically. Let's see. What else? Guys, watch the cues here. This is the snap. If we break this, we'll snap. All the way to the down. Okay, Meta looking good now. Here it comes. Watch the cues, guys. This should be a pretty quick move down to 603.79. There it goes. Look at Microsoft now aiming lower. CRWV. Guys, this is it. I think we're going to take a little rug pull here. Uh-oh. But I'm going to keep an eye on the AMDs and the like AVGO and stuff because like maybe we find an area we could buy this dip on those names like SNDK, MU, stuff like that. And it goes back to like the plan that we talked about this morning, right? I think we push higher, pull back, and then we find some opportunity on pullbacks. But I was in this to like, I want to find where the pullback is. So having a plan is great. Being patient is key, especially in these types of markets where we can whip around. I mean, I've seen like watching the futures after hours for me has been kind of a fun little, just to see what's happening. But the markets will move 100, 200 points round trip just in pre and post markets. It's pretty wild. And I'm talking about in like, 5 minutes. people are like, I want out. No, I want in. So there's no shortage of opportunities in these markets as traders, guys. So the good news is it's pretty awesome to be a trader right now. You're watching USO. I'll pull it up next instead of CRWV because I do like that call out. So USO is typed pretty darn close to crude futures. I mean, it's basically the fund version, managed fund version. So I do like USO. Here comes the rollover on AMD. Here comes the rollover on Meta. Let's be in position, guys. Let's keep an eye on some names that we want to buy when the dip happens. Here comes Meta. So look at, talk about a shakeout. Overshot, got me tagged at 632, guys. Paid the full buck, the full premium on the way out to have a rollover. The good news is we've got these put options in place that'll kind of help pay back my mistake from not waiting till 6:30. Write it in the journal. It happens, guys. It happens. You just got to be diligent. Risk management is key, and I was looking at risk management more so than just being stubborn and having to be correct. And the trouble is, sometimes it happens. So now we'll try to make it back in some other trades here. I mean, my put options are printing pretty well right now. Not gonna lie. So I am not upset about that. In fact, I'm gonna add another 10. There we go. Got 30 on them. Let it go. Okay, Meta put options now working well. Give me my money back. Up a little over $1,500 now. Well, I was for half a second. I'm hoping we get a dip to 603.79. Markets hold here. Then I'll be looking for things to buy. JPM though, cha-ching. I mean, it's small by size, but look, as USO climbs, we should see an inversion in markets. It's not exactly happening yet, but I think they're betting that oil is going to continue to move lower. And again, this is where big money makes hedges, investments, et cetera, et cetera. And crude is super volatile, as we all know. I mean, 15% in one day, guys, that's pretty significant move. But notice the breakout now in USO. Because that conflict is continuing, ceasefires are not really being acknowledged, and it's there. That's almost, I don't want to say it's a cover-up story, but you have to imagine, like, if you have to pay a toll on every single barrel that rolls through that strait globally, what do you think is going to happen to oil? There's only one place it's going to go. It's going to go higher, which means, I mean, look at what Delta Airlines reported, right? They're going to make up their costs based on just operationally, if oil and AKA kerosene, gas, jet fuel, whatever, goes up in price, they have to then make it up somewhere. And that means airfare is going to go up, luggage fees, blah, 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 to make sure that they remain profitable. And that's going to go across the board. I mean, crude is such an important thing globally. It makes plastics, it makes asphalt, I mean, there's so much stuff that comes from the byproducts of plastic. So anyways, I'll get off my soapbox now. I do wonder sometimes when I talk about stuff like that, if you guys are like, hey, TVG, shut up. Where's the next trade? Or, hey, that's actually pretty interesting. I never thought about that. Guys, Meta looking great. I'm going to add 10 more. 10 more put options on Meta because tried to take my money and I'm going to get it back now. AVGO, very nice VWAP support. AMD trying to hold on to VWAP. So again, I'm keeping an eye on some of these names that I would want. But with that said, look at the cues. We still have more legs to the downside coming, more than likely. You see that? Let me zoom in a little more. 605.87, little highlight reel. 606.09 was closed. We got above that. Remember I talked about be careful false breakouts, and boom. 603.79 needs to hold. If not, it'll turn into 602.87, which ironically, so that was an all-time high on the 23rd. Can you guys see that on your screen? All-time high on the 23rd of September. And we held that twice, right? Yesterday, right before the close, and then in pre-market. Tagged that level and then turned and moved. So if we break that level, then 600 becomes a reality, unfortunately. You wonder what's wrong with Palantir? Oh, Christian, good call on coin. I like that. I'm going to take Softy out of the corner here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Do you trade Orb all the time, Christian? How many of you guys use Orb? It's not a bad strategy. It's a cool barometer for sure, but it's not. I always use macro sector technical. That's how I usually drill down. Do on days like this, and to wait a little bit. Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. We use like a 15-minute or 30-minute orb. A lot of people like the 15 just because they don't want to wait that long. But on markets like this, 30 minutes is probably ideal. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, AVGO is a nice like 355. Yeah, it looks like it. If we're gonna see a name turn, it's gonna be AMD, AVGO, MU, that whole space. So let me pull up SanDisk as well. Oops. Yeah, SanDisk is just a beast, man. It's crazy. But let's keep it on the cues. MU tanking, coming back to the close. 406.73 was the close. Here comes Meta. Let's see it break that 200 EMA, guys. I am printing over $8 now on these put options, guys. On Meta. I just need to see it snap. That's 619.90. I mean, 620 basically you call it, but this 619.90 I've inked up this big level here. Okay, we came in with the strategy, which was we'll probably push higher, then we'll pull back. What did we do? Push higher, pull back. The trouble is like, is this where the base is? It would make sense since we're trying to hold this 200 EMA. But then you have to look at dailies, and we could do that at some point. But I have those kind of already marked out before I start the day, as you all should be doing. Now the question becomes, do we continue lower or not? Big push on the Qs now. No. Yep, and SNDK just ripped. I'll put that right here next to you instead of USO. So remember I said the only names that I think will have that, almost like the 2x effect on the upside move are these particular names. Now the trouble is that the top now? So like we had the big push, and then notice the Qs kind of slowed down. We saw this slow down, and my biggest concern right now are, especially in these names like SNDK, whatever, is that we're approaching all-time highs. We hit all-time highs in SNDK. And then is this where we just big red bar to 788? In fact, you know what? Let me look at this. Talking about it, might as well trade it. I think I'd rather do options. They're so expensive. Okay. Let's do that. $18.30. No, let's see. I'm gonna see if I can pay $17.60 for the 820 puts. Let's see if I get filled. Oh, even better. Cool. I got them at $17.40. So they're kind of expensive. So they're put options, but they're till the end of the week. And it is moving higher. That's cool. I'm not trying to bet against SanDisk at all-time highs here. What I am more concerned about is the correlative is to the downside for a lot of these big tech names and overall, but the only things being propped up are names like SanDisk, AMD, MU. So it's difficult to make this kind of trade, but because it goes until the end of the week, I might lose a little bit in theta, even right now, just right out of the gate. I'm down on them, which is fine. But if we decide to roll over, this name is going to get hit pretty big, to the tune of maybe 790. Just from a risk, perspective, you know what I mean? Look at what just happened at AVGO. Big push, looks like it's going to break out, tank. So we're getting into that tricky space now. So definitely be careful. Some lotto shares on Tesla. What's going on with Tesla? So this case in point, SanDisk, again, obviously it's super spready, but I paid $17.40. They're now mid price, just hit $19. So this could get expensive for me, but being up almost 2K is pretty crazy in 2 minutes. Obviously you can go the other way, but let's use the sister company, MU. If you guys are wondering, why did I short this? I look at MU, it's heading down. These usually trade as pairs, usually. Not always identical. Obviously, SanDisk is a beast, right? But look at the Qs now. Put options are printing. again, I want to see 603.79 hold. So if it does, we'll probably see these names bounce a bit. But if not, like right now, Meta short, SanDisk puts, Qs puts. I do like AVGO. I do like MU. I did like SanDisk, but this, crazy push over all-time highs. I took a chance with some put options, not shares. You don't really want to be shorting stocks at all-time highs. Or shares, because they could run you over pretty quick, especially a name like SanDisk, gap up 10 points. What's Tesla doing here? Coin absolutely biting it. Wow, look at the rollover now. Look at the rollover now. SanDisk, very nice. We're now $20. Paid $17.40 for him. AVGO rolling over. At this point, I'd maybe be interested at 350, but I think we might crack it now because we're getting heavy. It's a pretty big push. MU pushing down. SanDisk maybe on its way. We'll see. Maybe it has one more leg in it to the upside, which is fine. I can wait. As I mentioned, maybe one more leg left in SanDisk. That's fine by me. I just hope it's not, an 840. Let's see. Mark says, I'm not sure my crystal ball cracked and I ordered another on Amazon. Speaking of Amazon, what is Amazon doing right now? Nope, just kind of sideways. A nice hold there at 225. Let's see. Actually, right as you said that, Seth, you said the same thing. PSO stays up here. The bounce won't come if it dips down. Short pop. I don't know, man. I'm thinking we still have more to the downside for an opportunity to buy the dip. And again, this could be it. This could be it. Again, cue the disclaimer. What do I know? Right? It's my opinion, not financial advice. But if we crack 603.79, the 602.87, that's like your last chance of holding these levels up here, because 600 becomes almost an instantaneous reality. And you can see all the levels below Mark's favorite MTA chart. Like, I get that a lot of, like, how many guys actually take a look at or mark all-time highs on either a stock or your Qs or SPY? I mean, I know you guys, for the most part, have probably pretty cleaned up charts, but are you keeping track of that? Mark, always. Yes. Awesome. I mean, they're important levels, because especially if you know like the dates that happened. But the key is they have to be those all-time highs. Why? Because there's going to be huge level of interest at those levels, because in some cases, maybe they dollar cost into that number. And I say they, institutional traders, not retail traders. But maybe that retail trader gave it that, bumped it up to that number right before the close, as an example. So it's an important level to watch, because institutions are watching those levels, especially in their algorithms, right? Guys, look at this SNDK. Ta-da! We're at 21 bucks now on them. Let's go. Let's go, dude. What? Here it comes. And I hate to be the one rooting for the downside move. It's just, guys, we got a little aggressive. 3.5% in a day to the upside because we talked about a ceasefire for 2 weeks. You tell me, does that sound permanent? And then immediately missiles start flying? No, I think it's a money grab. And that's totally fine. I'm not mad at it. Like, go get it. Like, that's why we're traders. Here comes the move, guys, on the Qs. Beautiful. 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 Oh, yeah. I'm going to take a partial here on my Q put options in just a second. That's a nice little chunk of change. SanDisk, I'm going to wait. I think there's more in the tank. You see that? Straight down, guys. Straight down. VWAP coming up. Straight down. 200 EMA. I want 808. Really, I want 790s. But whatever this stops going, I'm going to take a partial, guys. Holy smokes. We're at 24 bucks. We paid 17. I wish I grabbed 20. I only have 10. All right. I'm going to take some off right here. Boom. We'll leave 5. That paid for my little mess up on Meta. And then some. And then some. Let's go, folks. Sometimes it pays to have a plan and be patient. Risk management, though, highly important. You guys saw what happened with Meta. You know, I've switched gears on Meta back to options, and those still could be wrong because it's talk about 21 billion with CoreWeave, blah 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 blah, avocado, whatever. Their new model that they've come out for AI, like it totally could push higher, but I don't think it's going to be compelling. Maybe short term, people get excited. It happens. I could be wrong. Bummer. But came in with a plan today, and then just had to get out of the way of Meta, right? So we lost some money on that first trade. We got it back using options all day, pretty much. It's all I've been using. So hence I haven't been posting quite a bit, but we've been eyeballing stuff, and shout out to the crew for posting your trades. How do you invest in a TVG algo? I'm trying to create, it's funny, I'm actually trying to create a few algos. It's just the problem is I'm learning how to do it by myself and like back testing it and doing all this other stuff to make sure that, if there's like a being part of the community and could release it and it could be helpful for folks. Again, it's the trouble with that is it isn't financial advice, obviously, but it takes into account the things that I'm watching. And I try to make it like, more or less easy to understand. Like, do you avoid it? Do you whatever? It's like my first version is terrible, to be fair, but it's almost like a little command center I'm trying to create. Here goes the rollover on the Qs, y'all. Let's go. Let's go. How many of you guys actually shorted the market when I was talking about this? Anybody? Was everybody just bullish, bullish, bullish? It's okay if you didn't. That's okay. Don't you dare say that, Seth. That ain't true. Let's see. Look at USO. Stay from Iran on the straight. Let's see. USO. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Mark, exactly. In fact, if I can, by the way, I haven't taken a partial on these put options yet on the Qs. I think you still have more to go. We'll zoom out a bit. 602.87 will probably be where I take my first partial. And then it'd be 600.90, so call it 601. Will be where I'm looking for that continuation. Well, I actually think this is a unique opportunity for us to, as traders, to learn more. For those of you guys who have never been through something like this, it's understanding like the relationships, Mark is pointing out one that's a pretty simplistic understanding of like, okay, U.S. or crude versus equities, and understanding where money flows. Like if you know bonds versus equities, if you know, everyone figured out what a carry trade was, right? When you understand what that is, was that 2 years ago, 24? Is that right? August 5th, 2024, I think. If memory serves me. But understanding these types of relationships in a conflict are super important. Like, what does gold do? What does corn do? What does sugar do? What does crude do? I talked about nitrogen. It was like one of the first things I mentioned. I don't know if you guys remember that. Talking about fertilizer, and everybody's like, dude, what is this guy talking about? Literally 75% of the world's nitrogen, which supplements fertilizer, comes out of that strait. And most countries don't have some form of like, reserve when it comes to that, the way we do with crude or oil. Like the US has an oil reserve, right? Most countries have oil reserves, so that if, God forbid, a crisis happens, they have savings account basically, or reserve in this case of crude. They don't have that for nitrogen. Well, what do you need? Why do you need nitrogen? Well, you need it to make fertilizer. What do you need fertilizer for? To grow plants, crops, food, vegetables, whatever. Well, who needs that? All of us. And one of the most important ones, corn. Corn needs a lot of nitrogen to grow. You know what doesn't? Soybeans. Figure that part out. We're all going to be eating tofu here pretty soon if we're not careful. So, anyways, I digress. It's just important to know there's like the macro version, and then there's like, hey, let's trade some lines on a chart. But then understanding the correlation, like, why does that matter? Why do, like, we hear it on the news and everybody will be like, oh, ceasefire or something, and markets move higher or lower. Some of it is baloney moves, right? Other ones are real moves, right? Like if a peace agreement ceasefire is agreed to and there's terms, the terms start to matter in that ceasefire. I wouldn't say, like, let's just say they end the war. Most wars don't end in a week. They're usually months to years, right? So there could be some blowback from this, but markets, being a trader, the good news is we get to really get to feel these movements up and down, left and right, right? As investors, this sucks because you take a 12% hit on your portfolio, and then the next day you're up 4%. You're like, how did that happen? Anyways. Sympathy trades, sectors after earnings. Exactly, Mark. Yep. But it is different, right? Like understanding those the levers when you're looking at macro. I don't know what the heck that was. Something just fell. The dog's probably screwing around with something. But you know what I mean? Like I mentioned, corn, crude, sugar, right? You need that in the refinement process of crude, some cases. So it's just kind of, I don't know. That's why I love this business. It forces you to be curious every single day, because I learn something new every single day in this business, and it's awesome. I love it. Let's see. Plants need electrolytes. Yeah. People eat anything, so as long as I can eat my bacon, I'm good, Mark. That's Jonathan looking at AVGO short. I'm actually looking at maybe AVGO stabilizing in that 352 area. Careful, yeah. Good luck though, Jonathan. Now, if someone broke in my house, they got a problem, Jonathan. Not me. That would be funny though, Mark. You'd be like, what was that? Someone just made a noise. Oh, it must have been my dog. Wait, I don't have a dog. Can you imagine? It'd be like a funny skit. All right, guys, let's keep an eye on 603.79 here on the Qs, y'all. 603.79. Do we bounce? Who's asking about the crystal ball? You had one long trade today, Jonathan. Yeah. Well, and it's another reason though too. Like I prefer in days like today. So yes, I'm using a lot of options today, but especially on a sector or like, an indices or index, in this case, Qs, right? I'd rather short that because it knocks some of the fine edges off of, say, something like an AVGO that could pump 2 to 3 points and then drop 2 to 3 points, right? This will kind of pick a direction for us. Now, what we don't want to see if you're bullish is if this turns into a 45-degree angle, channel to the downside selling, that'll tell you exactly what CTAs are doing. And if you guys have heard, you guys all know CTAs, yes, commodity trade advisors. They're the ones, believe it or not, that are moving markets in alignment with, frankly, a lot of the hedge funds. So when you talk about institutional money, a lot of times CTAs will help that direction because they'll go, great, I've got these, I don't know, X million number of contracts I have to push into the market at a given point. And those contracts are different than, they trade now like they're stocks, but to find buyers and sellers is a lot more difficult because they're lots. They're not just one share. And there it is. Watch the breakdown the Qs, y'all. Be careful. Yeah, Christian, that coin trade. Did you end up taking it? The heck? That thing snapped and just tanked, man. Look at USO pushing higher, crude moving higher. Q's moving lower. Let's watch 602.87. That'll be where I take my first partial. If we continue to break down through it, fine. But that'll be right where I take my first partial on these put options for the Qs, y'all. Wow. The only thing I have long is JPM, and it's a swing trade. It's only 100 shares, so it's not. I didn't post that just because it's more of a swing. And if anything, those 100 shares, they operate as like if JPM continues to move higher, that'll tell me what the markets should be doing. And if it moves lower, that'll tell me what the markets should be doing. And right now, too, I'm watching the dollar. If you want markets to move higher, you need the dollar to get weaker, which is yet another inflationary trigger. I'm almost worried that we're going to actually legitimately have a rate hike. I mean, I think they'll just say, hey, no change, no change, no change. But we are in rate hike territory at this point. All right, guys, taking a small partial here on my put options. A little early. That's okay. Just want to get the risk off the table. Cool. So we have SanDisk put options, Meta put options, Qs put options, JPM swing trade. That's all I got going on right now. Just because I'm watching AVGO, maybe we get back to the close, maybe we get back to this 351 where I might get interested in buying. But we'll see. If it starts crashing through that, I'm in position for the downside move. JPM, meanwhile, moving higher. Why? Anybody want to know why I'm watching banks that much? Just a guess, maybe? You did take the coin trade, Christian? Cool, man. Heck yeah. It's a good call out, too. Again, there's no shortage of trades to take, right? It's just a question of how much risk do you want to put on today, And I think we're going to try to bottom here for a little bit, a little bounce. May not be, permanent, but if we're going to see bulls try to at least say, hey, we're still here, they need to step in right now. And if they don't, well, toilet. Like tomorrow's the big day. CPI adjusted data, I think, is going to be a problem because it'll take into account the oil shock. Oh, look at that. Q's still going. Oh wow, SanDisk guys, $24 on these things now. Just in the 5 I have left, I'm up $3,500. Sweet. All right, I'm gonna take some off SanDisk. Looks good. Bulls got to step in, or we're going lower. All right, I'm going to leave the rest of my SanDisk put options and see if we can go see what the 700s, high 700s look like. I mean, I have until Friday, so why not? New session low on the Qs. Let's watch 602.87. Okay, Jonathan. Okay, I'm looking around for things I might want to buy. AVGO, probably the one. 352.80. Let's do it. 352.83. Fine. Long. I just bought the top of that candle. Here we go. Here we go. I already took all my money pretty much off the table on SanDisk. I'll leave the rest to break even. I'm going to move my Meta put options to break even. I think we're going to bounce here, guys. Taking some more off my Qs. Okay. Yeah, I think we're going to see a little bounce. Could be wrong. Watch the cues. At least try 603.79, maybe even up to the 200, 604.50, and then either continue the roll down or make a play for the hive session. If it's going to happen, it would have to be now. Cue the disclaimer, of course. Wait for it. Wait for it. Here we go. Do. Q's consolidating here at the lows. Are we going to continue the breakdown? We are seeing a little bit of a rollover on financials, so maybe that's a signal that maybe we have more room to the downside. And I don't think we're going to get capitulation quite yet, but maybe. So careful. SanDisk now at 810. Holy smokes, $26 now on these put options. Woo! Dollar index getting stronger now. What are these guys doing? Guys, look at MU down, just cracked $400. I mean, I'm pretty happy with these put options on SanDisk. I only have 2 left now. I'm waiting for 700. Here's the bounce. Talked about the bounce. Very nice. AVGO. Very nice. They call him DVG. He's an incredible trader. They call him that. I don't know why they call him that, actually. Okay, be mindful. We should see a big green bar here on the Qs. It'll be a shakeout candle more than likely. And the question will be, do we continue or not? Like bears are for sure stepping in now. There'll be a little fight down here. If we see a big red bar to the downside, that'll be pretty much a commitment that bulls have left the building for the day. But if we're going to see some infighting, this is probably where we want to see it happen. We're only down about a little under 0.5%. $50 bips, as they call it. So not quite the 3-bar play I would like to see, but in a midday session. Here, let's zoom this up a bit. So technically, I wouldn't even call it an igniter candle, but let's just call it that, right? So what you'd want to see is a 50% retrace like this. Once you get above that, we should take off now. See how that works? Come up, 50% retrace, then you get above that candle, you should break out. Typical 3-bar setup, but because it's 1 minute, it's not going to have as much weight, we'll say. But we should see some continuation. Like I said, at least 603.79, maybe up to the VWAP. So this is kind of where, you know, I'm happy I took a partial here. I'm at break even on Meta, which I may get tagged. That's fine. But AVGO looking great. Let's add. Okay. Half share size, add AVGO. And we're fully trimmed up on the queues. So at this point, I don't care about the last few that I have. But anybody follow along there? Any questions on why I think we're going to turn around there? Does it make sense? Now, again, it doesn't have to last forever. But I said 603.79 at least. We just did that. And then, do we continue to VWAP? That's going to be a question of essentially how greedy do the bulls want to be today. And trust me, bulls can get pretty greedy. But I wouldn't be surprised if we roll over. I thought if we're going to bounce, it needs to be at least to the VWAP for bulls to show that we're going to move higher and above, maybe the session highs. So can this play out? Sure. But the fact is, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. What comes next? But this consolidation here in between these levels, what this tells me, if this holds, typically what I would end up doing is on this day moving forward, as an example, I would turn this into a power zone if it holds. Just to note. And let me do this. Where is my, there it is. So again, go back to when the Iran war started. Okay. That's this yellow box. See, it says Iran war right there. So that's when it happened. That's how far it fell. When we had a ceasefire announced, we went right above that zone. We were down here. You see that? So ceasefire announced, we get above that. Bulls then go, we want more. And now we're starting to, bounce off of this level. So for those of you guys think these levels just come out of thin air, mark charts, keep an eye on this stuff, right? So we're bouncing, 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 bouncing. We break this, problem. If we hold it today, power zone. And I say bullish power zone. So I would essentially color that in as a green in between this section right here, like this. And just make it green. But from today, so that I would know that today kind of helped validate it. I wouldn't go all the way back. But things like the Iran war, I mean, I want to keep track of stuff like that, like the Iran war. So I'm not going to mark it green just yet, but it's starting to look like maybe it will be. All right, so let's go back here. What the heck? There it is. Again, 603.79, we talked about that level. Look at it. Look at us bonk on that level. Get just above it, bonk. Get above it, bonk. But can we actually get up here to VWAP? And the answer is, I don't know. But we're in AVGO to see if we can. And test at 340. Okay, I'm gonna replace that. I'm actually done for the day, guys. A little bit early, but I took my money out of the market today. We gave some back on Meta. That's all risk management. So I wasn't trying to be stubborn. It's just it happens. Okay, let's see if we get the push now. Last chance, guys, for the Bulls to win. I shouldn't say last chance, but unless some big announcement shows up. This is just a fight right now. So I'll leave my AVGO trade on. I think I might actually, if we push any higher, like if we get above the 604 print on the Qs, I'm gonna just trim and leave like really small amount. I already took all my money off of SanDisk, so whatever that turns into, great. But yeah, I think we're gonna probably bounce here. So I got leave my AVGO trade on. I'll give it to 351.91. Look at that. We just talked about it. There's a bounce. All right, trimming up my Qs. Good. I'm totally happy with this, guys. What did we talk about this morning? Push higher, pull back, look for names to buy. Boom. Ta-da. I mean, I get it. Easier said than done. Like, look at MU, maybe a 402 right here, right on this 401 change. I don't know. Eyeballing it. I don't think I'm going to take the trade. I think I'm good. I'm good with what I got. I think I'm good with what I got. How'd we do today, guys? Green, red. I don't know. Clifton, you're out there. Can you run a quick little poll? Mark, yeah, let me try MD. Yeah, I mean, look, I absolutely nailed, like, SanDisk is what saved my tail today, for sure. But now I'm just like, I've got a couple positions running. I'll let them play out. And at this point, the meta put options, I can't lose. I have them at break even. So, I might give back some money on that, but I don't care. That SanDisk put option was awesome. Awesome. My best paid version, $23.90. I'm not happy about that. Should have been 25, but that's okay. Not going to complain. 7 points on an option, like, it's a pretty good deal. And guys, we talked about it. Look at 603.79. If we're going to push, we're going to get above 604. If we're going to continue, I'll just dump my put option position, because then that means we're like going to push through that 200 EMA, which would be a breakout up through that VWAP. 605 becomes reality. Now we're going to be chasing session highs. All right. So Tiny Green says, okay, might be able to get a Subway. Green Mark, yeah, very nice. Using Amazon, yeah. Clifton, do you trade? Christian has a question for you, Clifton. Do you trade? Well, look, I appreciate y'all. I got to hop, but listen, tomorrow will be a great day. I may come back a little bit later this afternoon. I'll actually just send a note in the post alert section so that you guys get notified on for these guys using like the mobile app or whatever. Let you guys know I'm hopping back in the room. But it is a day of volatility, and we talked through it this morning. I know there's plenty of stocks. I know we had only a few posts today. I was using a lot of options, but hopefully, if anything, like you guys understand too, the options for me knock a little bit of the risk off the table for me, because we tried to trade on Meta, we gave back some money, crushed it on SanDisk. It happens on days like today. You just gotta have some different tools to use. But thanks to the team for posting your trades. Appreciate y'all shouting those out and posting them here in the lobby. Scott should be back here tomorrow. And like I said, I'll post in the room if I decide to come back later this afternoon. We can all kind of trade together if you guys want to. But awesome day to trade. Nice, beautiful green day for me. Thank goodness for SanDisk and these put options on the Qs. Meta, whatever. We'll get Meta tomorrow, the next time. But look, appreciate y'all, and thanks for welcoming me back. We'll be back tomorrow morning at the open. Until then, cheers. God bless.